Alright, hello everyone! Welcome back to the stream. Happy Saturday! Hope y'all are doing great, having a wonderful week, wonderful September so far. This is a cat. I know, cat. I hit the stream button. You're so offended and I should be petting you. I know, I'm sorry. Hey 21 Sticks, what is up? Hope you're doing fabulous. Welcome back to the stream all. Offline shout out. Shoutouts to Fruit Melody for the follow yesterday while I was offline. I saw them in another person's stream yesterday. But today we are here for the final chapter. Maybe not necessarily the final stream, because I'll get into that in a sec, but the final chapter of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. We're on the last case. I believe it is trial time, and we're going to be doing the trial in the exploderated courtroom. How far did we get? We did the investigation in case 5, and Phoenix is like, I have an idea for where we can do the trial, the retrial for 7 years ago, because all the courtrooms are taken up. How about we do it in courtroom number 4? Nobody's in that one because it blew up. So we're going to the ruins of courtroom 4. Yeah, we went real late last week. So, on that note, for this week, ideally, the goal is we'll finish the case. But, that being said, my internet's been a huge butt this week. So, I don't know if we might get kicked off at some point, or if we'll, like, get unstable and keep trying to disconnect us or anything like that. So, congrats on becoming base with BTTV. You're welcome. So, if the internet is a butt, we might end early. But if it is nice and stable, I would like to finish the case. Right? Right, Chirico? Right, Cat? Trial's very long? Oh boy. Oh boy. I figured it might be, which is why I was like, let me just start a little early. Just in case. Alright, I've got my tea. I've got some coffee on the way. Let's switch over. Oh, what are you doing, Cat? What do you mean? What did you lick? Stop! He's just licking random shit on the desk. What are you doing? Why would you do that, like, right now, of all times? Stop licking everything. Oh, God, you're weird. Okay. There we go. Hey! Hello. Hello, y'all. Hello, chat. Welcome back. Alright, let's pull up the screen here. There we go. There's the game. I'm ready. If you guys are ready, I'm ready. Let's do this. I know, Cat. Okay, calm down. Now he's just headbutting me. I get it. You're very cute. I get it. I'm sorry for the mic bonks. I mean, or you're welcome for the mic bonks if you like them. Good luck, have fun? Thank you. I've got water, we've got coffee on the way, I've got my throat coat tea. So we'll go as long as we can. And then we'll only stop if I get tired or the internet stops us. In which case, we'll finish it next week. Here we go. December 20th, 3:11 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 5.
I did a little research. I looked into those special psych locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick.
Yes, Chirico, I know. I needed to get that away from you. You did? That's great. I really appreciate it.
A red psych lock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide.
Let me just move myself. There we go.
If the person falls under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out.
Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos.
With a black psych lock...
How's she doing that? Like this?
But a black psych lock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart.
Ooh, game is a little loud in my ear. Let me just fix that. I did some volume adjustments on things. Yeah, we never unlocked Kristoff's black locks in the last game, so interesting.
A secret that the person isn't even consciously aware of.
Huh. So even they don't know it's there.
Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
Okay, so all I have to do is break the Cyclops. Let me change something on here. Turn that off so that I can adjust my position better. I'm like tweaking camera settings. There we go. To make things a little easier. Okay.
According to my research, a black Cyclops is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul.
Oh, that's not good. That doesn't sound good at all. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden.
Alright. Will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick?
I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all my focus and strength. And Edgeworth is back, as we discovered last week, which is great. I forgot to put some lemon in it. Let's see what... 1 second. I want to fix something on the camera because I changed one of the settings. There we go. That's better.
And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back.
Aw, Pearls. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls.
Alright. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick.
Edgy, our partner in crime. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. December 20th, District Court, courtroom number 4. Really famous Wrightworth lines in this trial? Nice. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Court is now in session. All rise. Good thing I pulled up. Yep, I pulled up the drone voice. Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap.
Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. Hi, Edgeworth. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. Edgeworth, come on!
What did you say?
Edgeworth! Did you not hear what I just said to his honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law.
I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today.
Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Oh, brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, Wright. But the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree.
Regardless of the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For
Hello,
that
voiced
is
Edgeworth.
a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it. If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready. The prosecution is also ready.
Good cutscene, I like it. They're so gay. A little bit, yeah. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. Yo, true couples and true friends. Even when you haven't seen each other in years, it's like you've never been apart for a single day. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing to Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? Gosh, this guy. At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. The true culprit is a spy. It's gonna be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth? No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor. Very well, your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. Ah, Judge, why you let Blackwell manipulate you? In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right. I was just joking, just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear? Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago, on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Metis Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother, Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. 1. Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. Let me volume adjust a little bit. There we go. And 2. This photo, which captured the moment of the crime. I mean, that could definitely be out of context. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed...
Hold it! Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witness.
Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know? Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. Prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? Just who is this witness anyway? Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Oliver Blackwell. She says she's too busy, what with the confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko.
I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you.
Evil Clonko. Sorry, I got a message I was just looking at. Alright. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go! Or Blackwell's theory, presented by Bobby Fulbright. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. Yep, those things. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes, and then talking about my story about how I went to Target one time and we stuck one of our friends in a suitcase and rolled it over to our other friend who was working at Target. Yep, I remember that. At the last trial, they thought Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that, too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with a case. I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. 7-year-old video updating the court record. Video showing the corridor to the crime scene. Blackwell was the only one to pass through at the time of the crime. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. There were no witnesses or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So, what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi? That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind this theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Ah! Order! Order in the court! What a tragic story. Hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. Cross-examination. He was trying to cover for someone. Hey, Neoneko, how's your drive? I assume you're still on the road. So, Prosecutor Blackwell willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else? Yes, that is precisely what Miss Blackwell appears to believe. And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright. But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine. Expected no less. Ooh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating. I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too, so let's keep going. Someone else was there. But that's just speculation.
Objection.
Excuse you? They changed his voice? I mean, I know he got older, but that's real different. No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claims.
Objection.
Then why didn't you say so in the first place?
Objection.
I don't like it. Give me back the old one. You're the one who screamed, "Hold it," and cut me off. Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit. Now I know what they mean when they say, close enough to argue. Moving on? He was really out to steal the moon rock. This rolling case, I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it, but was absent when the crime scene photos were taken? Yes, that's the one. Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has? And what is that conclusion? Bro! You have all her notes! Put two and two together! You're the one with her notes. Oh, right. Of course. Reading them now. So why the rolling case? Bruh. He's using it to hide someone. Shoving people into suitcases. It's just a thing that happens sometimes. Just don't even worry about it. And how do you propose he hit a person inside one of those cases? It's actually pretty easy. Have you forgotten that we saw just such a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show. She fit a grown person into a small box. Oh, yeah! Way to ruin the memory of a good day. Edgeworth, Phoenix takes you out on a nice time to meet his family and get to know his daughter. And now you're just throwing it back in his face? Come on. Come on, that was personal family bonding moment. A magic show! I wish you would have thought to invite me. Oh, he's jealous! He's like, I want to be on the ship. Actually, I would like to go too. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time, I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide someone. The only person small enough was Athena Sykes? Look, you can fit a grown-ass person into cases like that, trust me. Have done. That's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock. No, it wasn't Phoenix. No, it was definitely Athena, but not for the reasons. I'm sure it was for a different reason. There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes, give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what might have been in the case? Lord. Alright, what do we got? I got an idea, but it's a stupid idea. It's a stupid idea. Alright, let's try it. Oh, let's save though, because we don't want to do all this over. Just in case it crashes. Gotta worry about the internet crashing, and then we gotta worry about the game crashing. Alright, bluff. Do your thing, Phoenix. Short-haired Blackwell jump scare. Yep. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Ooh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor left. Oh, sorry. Whoop, wrong. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. This is a stupid theory, but I'm gonna try it. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? Come on. Please. Hello. There we go. Robot arm. Please notice that there is a robot part on the top cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which...
What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance, per eyeball.
Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, how about this robot part? Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moonrock and a robot arm. Was it really just one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe... I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. What?
Objection.
God, I hate the new Edgeworth voice. No! Can't be certain that this part... We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yeah, we can. Athena drew all over it. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is. Actually, the bandaging tells us exactly whose arm that is. Ooh. Thank you for the coffee. Nice, my coffee has arrived. Now I have 3 beverages. I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Aww. Judge is like, but you were my technologically dumb buddy. We were used brick phones together. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. Don't worry, we're still on the same page. You and I are still besties. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. Uh-huh, right there. Yep, that's the one. Take that! The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. Reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene had some bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in the court! Order, I say! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child. It cannot grab its knee and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. Look, but you can dismantle a robot, unlike how you can't dismantle people. Case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. It got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case by dismantling her? Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything. Oh, sorry, wrong voice.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
Sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection.
except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart?
I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them.
Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean... That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet.
Not hearing this.
Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Ms. Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder.
Ah! My head, my body. Where am I? Ah!
Order! Order in the court!
It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards.
Alright, photo updated. Photo shows Blackwell taking a robot apart. There's a blood stain at the end of the robot's arm. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully, I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I can see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright. What's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Did you just play me, Edgeworth? Again? Always. Edgeworth, he's been one step ahead of me this whole time! Never fails. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something or someone. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. Bloodstain? With a distinctive shape? Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Ah, shit. This ain't good. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there's only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as a part of her research.
Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell like a stamp. Most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by the splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Ah! Order! If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her. But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well. I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I mean, I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But, as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. Robot witness? It's Phoenix. It's Phoenix. We question... We did a parrot and we did a whale. Just don't worry about it. Just roll with it. It's fine. Order! Order in the court! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called on all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. See, he understands. Edgeworth always understands us. Far from the strangest witnesses we've had, yeah. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Thank you, Edgeworth. See, Edgeworth and Phoenix, besties, understand each other forever. Besties. Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko.
Yes, I realize that, but when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness.
No, I'm not. Ponko. I'm safe with me. I'm Ponko.
What an utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. Ha ha! You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. Ponko is very cute. Alright, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions?
I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Metis Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab.
It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to the case after all. This is great! I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. I mean, I know she acts like a little girl, but still a robot. I mean, your point, still valid, but also robot. Judge. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? What I saw! Or what Ponko saw.
I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Oh, you poor baby. Poor Ponko. Well, it sounds like the defendant was, without question, at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? Sorry. Adjusting. There we go. The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but... Yes, what this witness's statements are telling us is... that the defendant stabbed the victim with a murder weapon during this moment. What? I mean, I kind of inferred that right away during Ponko's statements, and I was like, ooh, that's bad. That's very bad. Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now, Wright? A cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Oops. Sorry. Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. See, you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Look, that's our specialty. We bluff our way out of everything, okay? Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. What I saw. Your regular recharge? What is that exactly?
I have to refill my battery's power or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that.
So, that recharge occurred around 2 p.m., around the time of the murder?
That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m.
Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis! Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said that the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother, is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell, even though they were speaking so loudly?
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me.
If it listen, camera! Alright, hold on. Wakey wakey. Camera, please. There we go, okay. If it listened to every voice, it would be a little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Pongo's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that?
And then Mommy Menace fell down.
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. Can determine the presence of a human with our heartbeat detection system. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. Facial recognition, and then emotional analysis. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment, Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then.
All the unlucky timing! If you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder.
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
Oh, poor Ponko, baby. You poor little robot. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. Do we have, like, maybe an autopsy report? Okay, cool. Instant death due to the stab wound to the heart. Alright. So, that can't have been the moment of death because she should have died instantly. Sorry, I'm grabbing a pillow. I know, Kat, I know. I just took something away from next to you and you were just like, what the fuck is that? Sorry. Alright, I think that's the key here.
After Mommy Metis's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was a round window on the workbench side of the room.
She fell by the window. That is not next to the chair, certainly. That is certainly not next to the chair. The workbench, huh? Honka must be talking about that table to the right of where the giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? Yeah, there is. Your Honor, I believe the statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Near the round window on the workbench side of the room. Let's see. There are 2 round windows in the robotics lab. Which one did you mean?
The one on the right, near the hanging scroll. That hanging scroll was Mommy Metis's prized possession.
Okay, in the pictures of the crime scene from 7 years ago, there's definitely a hanging scroll and a Japanese theater mask hanging on the workbench side of the wall. But is there some problem with this statement? We're gonna finish pressing and then we'll go back to that. Alright, after charging, Simon came in. Prosecutor Blackwell? I wonder what he went there for.
His objective? I don't know.
I guess I can't very well ask Ponko to speculate. So, what happened after Prosecutor Blackwell arrived? And then an error occurred. You don't remember what happened next? An error, huh? I wonder if...
All data is suddenly cut off at that point. I don't know anything after that.
The answer to that question is right here. According to the defense's theory, this photo shows when the robot was being taken apart. Exactly. We can conclude that Ponko's error was the result of her being dismantled. Indeed. The bodies of these robots are designed to be controlled remotely by a separate computer. Yeah, that's basically what Miss Blackwell explained to us too. She said that their hearts and memories are stored on a separate computer. When the witness was taken apart, she lost the use of her body, but not her memories. And that's how she is still able to give us testimony about the events of that day. Fascinating! It's as if she can be seriously wounded, but her soul still burns. There are a few parts of Ponko's testimony that are hard to interpret. Edgeworth chose to interpret hugged as stabbed, but I'd better try to iron out who did what where and to whom for myself. Hold on, Athena. I'm gonna save you. Alright. Hugged mommy, fell down. Near the window on the workbench side of the room. Which doesn't make sense for where the body was found. Yeah, victim was on the operating table. Alright, well, let's try it from here. Shall we? Objection! Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough.
I was helpful? Hooray! I'm so happy.
Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are 2 different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new, crucial fact. What could explain the 2 very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved, the defendant moved the body. Yeah, the victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't have possibly been the moment of the murder. Whew, I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard in her testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Nothing more. Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, Blue's my favorite color. What can I say? The defendant couldn't move the body herself. She could have had it moved for her. Move for her? But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree, since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system. It would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. I can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. And who do you suggest moved the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question.
My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table?
Yes. Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Oh shit. Fuck. Athena asked you to? And what did you move, little Monko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is.
That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said. So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what moved.
My name is Ponko.
But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? What? We do? Well, I do, at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, moved the body to the operating table. Gah! Panko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell? I'm like, what are these messages coming?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell.
Give it up, Wright. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. It can also recognize people by facial features. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it, draped over a chair in the robotics lab. And only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object. But Ponko's equipped with a facial recognition system. That's what I said. Sorry, stretching. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means... Here it comes. Face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench. Then, using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Damn, savage. Order! But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You can learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there, isn't that right? That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time. The table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds.
But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table
and fix me if I ever got hurt. Oh, okay.
It looked just like magic to me, what she could do.
F. Can't possibly be suggesting. This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponka's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace... Prosecutor Edgeworth! If you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table. No! Don't say another word! Just stop! Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be... That can't be true! Order! Order in the court! Order in the court, I say! Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility. But... she thinks the table heals people like magic. She just asked her mom, like, hey, why don't you would put me on the table to fix me right up if I was hurt, right? So what if it wasn't something malicious like that, like you're thinking, Edgeworth? She wasn't trying to hide evidence. Maybe she was just trying to fix her mom? Ever think about that? Little innocent kid? Edgy? Jeez. But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable. See, Phoenix knows what I'm talking about. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. Suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. And these two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This can't be true. Hold on. See, it didn't give me an option to question this, but I questioned that the moment that she was stabbed, there was the moment of death because the death was supposedly instantaneous when it happened, and when she fell down, her heartbeat was still going. Because Ponko could still detect it, so it's like, I still got questions about this testimony that it's not letting me question. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence? Right. Let's see. Can't think of any. Phoenix! I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. I do! But you do! Phoenix! Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now, accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. A terrible and tragic conclusion. The defense has no counter-argument. I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. Phoenix, you have evidence! What do I do? There has to be something, but I can't think of a single thing. Thank you, whoever the fuck that is. Oh, hey Blackquill! What up? Prosecutor Blackquill! This is quite the farce you're conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackquill, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? What is Prosecutor Blackquill trying to pull here? "7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor. I don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer." Of course, Prosecutor Blackquill, please go ahead. He's still afraid. Even with Edgeworth right there, he's like, I'm still scared of this dude. 7 years ago. Alright, Blackquill, let's do it. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. Would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. How cathartic it was. But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling. In other words... I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which could be? She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and a child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course. Meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony? You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy. And how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself, and she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet... Prosecutor Blackquill, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Did you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today? You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down in hell? Estrus was like, God damn it, subordinate! Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx.
Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget, I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her?
Miss Blackquill? Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackquill, you selfish. Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. No one else has a counter-argument. I will announce my verdict. Hey! Where's my cross-examination, buddy? Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago?
I wanted to do it so bad, even now. I want to fly out of here and go save him.
No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. Hey, can we just bring her down to, like, psychoanalyze him? I don't know. Shit. Fuck. I don't know what we're doing here. Can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Okay, but we haven't cross-examined him yet. There she is. Hi. Hi there, Athena. Athena, what are you feeling okay?
I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something.
If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. This is where it gets really fun. Awesome. Her power might be just the thing to get us through this. Sykes, Donald. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice.
They misspelled vice, but that's okay.
I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now.
And yet, you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer.
Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But, Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years, and to face the truth. Athena's being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. Yay, widget time! He went in with the intention of killing her. Alright, anger's fine there. You found Athena there instead. Could not be swayed from his purpose, so you waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then he committed the act. Why would you be happy to not find Dr. Sykes if you went there to kill her? This feeling of happiness, even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. But you said you were looking for Metis. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Just now you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. Ugh. Second I find an inconsistency, cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. Alright, he Angie. He was relieved to find her there. Not be swayed from his purpose, so he waited for her to return. When she... Why are you sad about this, if that was your intention? Shouldn't you still be happy or angry? Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had laid in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. I just remembered we need to save. Hold on. Can't be talking about that, can he? Just in case it crashes, because it crashes in really weird spots. It was just a convenient subject for her research. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where you would usually find Athena playing. That day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, So all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. What? Huh? Excuse me? It went up? Never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? I can either use an evidence-based approach if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his boldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already. I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first? Ooh. Alright, let's go emotions first, because I don't know what to do with this testimony yet. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions.
Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over.
Alright. Heard crying from next door. Of course I was worried. He was scared for her and surprised. Okay. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. But what about Honko? I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Oops. Oh, shoot. Well, maybe we should switch over. If you see an unusual or out-of-place emotion, just point it out. Is there really an inconsistency in his emotions, though? Could take a break and go back to looking for contradictory testimony. Yeah, let's try his testimony. Okay, let's compare the testimony with the evidence one more time. Heard crying from next door. He opened the door to the robotics lab. But then Dr. Sykes came in. Victim's body was found on the operating table. Katana and the victim's staff jacket are in a cart were found nearby. Can I even look at this? The jacket? It's got a tear in it, for sure. Between 1 and 3 p.m., instant stab wound to the heart. Black hole is the only one to pass through. The victim's blood was found only on the blade. Blood stain at the end of the robot's arm. That's the other crime. I can't press anything for more info, which is what I was hoping to be able to do, but he refused to hand her over. So we had to kill her. Man, I don't know. Mr. Wright, if we can't find any contradictory testimony, yeah, let's go back to the emotions and then I'll just click around there. Okay. So you're surprised and fearful, so worried here, that makes sense. Hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Was he not relieved to see her though? He was only surprised. Should we go for the didn't you just say you were happy angle? Let's just try it. It doesn't hurt to just look. Nope. Yeah, there's nothing there. Okay. It's not about what's not there. Once he is mad. Nope. I mean, it makes sense for him to be surprised. But he's still sad about this. Nope, okay. He refused to hand her over. I mean... yeah. I mean, I just tried that for the sake of trying it, but I'm still thinking, shouldn't he have also been, like, relieved? Because this is what he said that he came here to do. Okay, I might want a hint, but let me, like, poke around here for a bit. Actually. I will ask. The question I will ask is, should we be starting with the contradictions or emotions? That's what I'm, like, on the fence about. Because I'm trying to, like, think about both. Emotions first? Okay. That's what I was thinking. Wait, shouldn't you also be mad about this? No? Okay. We're not gonna think about that? Alright. So it's either gonna be something that he is feeling or something that he should be feeling that he's not. I mean, this makes sense, though. To be surprised and worried. Just super shocked? Is it because he was so surprised? How odd! Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. You sure about that? Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena. But she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? I'm pretty sure Ponko would remember that. That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. Buddy, stop lying. It's at 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? Shouldn't Pongo have, like, remembered that shit? Alright, let me at least read your testimony again and think about this. I think there might be an inconsistency with Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Alright, let's give it a thorough check then. Alright. With a feeling of dread, I opened the robotics lab door just then. Ponko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting it into pieces. But before I could lead Athena out of there, cursed my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. And, yep, that's... Okay, so here's the thing. Ponko had to have been cut up after there was already blood on the blade. Because, I mean, there's clearly a bloody katana and a blood on Ponko's arm. And it's like, shouldn't you have been, like, a little more concerned about the fact that you found a fucking bloody katana? So, there's something off here. Alright, let's try this. Let's try it and see what happens. Objection! Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which has damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See that blood stain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No. Now, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then must have been the victim's blood. That's right. But if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But, in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? Well, that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first, before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Gah! Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now. You have no idea what you're doing. His voice? There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something. He's gonna kill us. Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Here we go. Wacky emotion time. Alright. Following the sound of crying, you open the door, and then... I saw it, that terrible scene. And then Dr. Sykes came in. Lord. Alright, can we probe here? Something about the lab? Because the chair's empty. Alright, let's try it. Let's try the lab, and if it's not the lab, it's Athena. Let me think about... Okay, but first he said Athena had cried herself to sleep, and then... I don't know. Let's try the lab first. Oh, nope, nope, that's not it. Is it Athena? Yep, that's what I thought. Okay. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me, too? Athena's innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Dono? Yep. I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened the door. Curse you, Phoenix Wright! It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes. Here's the reason why the game's rated 18+. I actually didn't know that. That's interesting. And fair. As she sweetly said,
Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
That's not creepy. Nope. That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. Yep, not creepy. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth, and this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart? I No! So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena! As I said, Wright, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembling on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes would be awkward with people. But she loved her daughter with all her heart.
She loved me?
Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify the emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger then than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No. That can't be true. Why? Why would I have done something like that? Somebody who loved me so much.
Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself? You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case and held Athena close and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute. Hey! And I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all of the facts of this case. No? We're just starting to... We just got a tip of the truth of what really happened. Hold on. We ain't done here. No, not yet. Can't end like this.
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not. But this... I can't give up now. You have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. We still didn't talk about the fact that her death was supposed to be instantaneous, but Ponko still heard heartbeats when she fell to the floor. In fact, her heart was beating faster. That should not have been the case if that was truly the moment of death. At the murder. The defense is prepared to present evidence.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Athena?
It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake.
Athena, what are you saying?
I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said.
You have to face it.
No matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall?
Oh, please. Yes, please? It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then if you would please take to the stand, Miss Sykes. We are definitely gonna save.
Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end.
Athena. Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion.
I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers.
Hold on. Victim's blood was found only on the blade.
Your Honor, please find me guilty.
I dare say, these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. Or someone with extreme PTSD? Hello? That shit can mess with you. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter argument? Yes, I have two. I have two. Thank you. Thanks, Wright. I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright!
But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now.
No, you have PTSD. Stop.
Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Don't tell me you've forgotten the one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer. Said that you never change, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. You, buddy! Look at the damn evidence. Emotionalism? Don't look your me on the matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. Black Cyclops! Ah! Is it time? Can we finally break these?
I did a little research. I looked into those special Cyclops you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
It's time. It's time to break these things! Oh my god, I'm so excited. There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart, there might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still! That memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you are not bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession?
My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers.
Yep, that part. That part! There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell. There's a problem with her confession. Please prove it to the court now, Katana. Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? Yep. I respectfully and vehemently... Good thing we saved recently. Like 5 minutes ago, I believe. This is why we save often. Okay, game. Calm down, game. You're like ruining the dramatic moments when you crash like that. Rude. I object. Firmly believe. Yeah. And then we go get all excited for the Black Cyclops and how we're finally gonna do the thing. I was like, I have a feeling that I should save, and I'm so glad that I did. Alright, so after we do this part with her doing that, yep, alright, now we save again. Let's save again. Alright. Katana! Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor.
But I remember it! I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers.
That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts.
You're right.
Oh my! Shut up, Edgeworth. Sorry. I mean, but still, shut up. The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with. We can't mull over every minor detail. But she also said there's no question I remember it. A fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly! Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think. What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? The blood was wiped off of it? Nope. Defendant used a different weapon? Yeah, maybe a different weapon. We would have found the blood if it was wiped off, so that doesn't make sense. So it has to be that one. Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time, I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana, that much is for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocence. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be, exactly? Alright, of course you would ask that. See, you're still floundering, Mr. Wright. Do you speak without thinking again, as always? Maybe. How does he do that? I can't back down. Not here. Not now. That's right. I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos? Wait a minute. There is something. Huh? There's a high probability that was in the lab. That was in the lab. I don't have the particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene. Yeah, it's utility tools, right? And that would be a little more close range and better for a kid, so... Alright, let's try it. But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Taran case! Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Taran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees. And Robotics Lab especially would naturally have one of these around. But, besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know. Of course I knew that, once you told me just now. And here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene. But it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents. But it's missing one. It's clearly missing one. Bro. And they're not in the right order either. You're right. I don't see any kind of bladed tool, but it's... Bro. Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design on these handles? Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room. But one is missing! How do you guys not see that? I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. What proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You're the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. Okay, Edgeworth. Now, he is simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them? Ah, I see that they do. What significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? I mean, it's obvious, but okay. Edgeworth! Just let it go, man. Look, I didn't say I hated your VoD, it's just different, okay? Phoenix is okay with it, though. It's fine. He loves you for who you are. Show the courtroom, then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to arrange the tools? Can I use this? I hope I can. Alright, let's save. That logo, right there. What design is this supposed to represent? The Gaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Gaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Ah, I think I see it now, but... Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo... The red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Taran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot... Ta-da! It would complete the Gaxa logo. So it would! Then that means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it... Admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Ugh. Take that, Edgeworth. I missed you, buddy. Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous! Or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. Shouldn't, like, a good forensic person, like, or a good autopsy report be able to determine what kind of blade went in by, like, you know, the size of the wound? 7 years ago, what the hell were you guys doing? That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic. The prosecution is attempting to lead the court. You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Hey! I'm still holding on to the thing where Ponka was like, when she fell down, her heart rate increased. And it's like, but the autopsy report said that death was instantaneous from the stab wound to the heart. And also, we talk about how, a little kid reaching her heart and stabbing at the, whatever, I don't know. I'm sure there's, like, something there with, like, the height difference, so that's harder with a knife than a katana. Anyway. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder? And that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands? No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. At the time that Ponko went to sleep, yeah, but, someone could have come in between, and Ponko would never know. Cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. No, I object. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Ah! I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Plato Phoenix. Is giving up really the only option? No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving in to doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her. To the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. I don't see a way. Just have to go back and look for one. Let's save real fast. Because it's already crashed once, and time to rethink this case. Thoroughly. It's time! Go, Phoenix Powers! I concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with a utility knife. That must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Someone else. A third person was at the scene. If I trust Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only 2 there. So then, how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know. This person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering their own face. The person hid their face. But wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. As Meta Sykes. The person poses the victim. If the culprit poses the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim, her jacket. I was thinking about that too, because I was like, her jacket has a cut in it. But that cut doesn't match up with where Metis got stabbed. So I'm like, that's odd. But yeah, this makes sense. This makes sense into that. Okay. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit. Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to this hostage negotiations. You're absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby... I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second. I had to think about some shit, okay? Because I realized something so shocking, I had to take a break to digest it. But now, I know for a fact Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. No. Ponko said the heartbeat was still there, so you didn't kill anybody. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you use the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person, posing as Dr. Sykes. What? Yes, I love this music. Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time? After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Called out. Klonko's strange malfunction.
Mr. Taran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sickbay?
Mr. Taran? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Klonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition. And then, let me save real fast, I don't want to start over. It's been 6 minutes. All that person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her. Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because, by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? So does that mean? Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed, this third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes, is her mother's real killer. But that's... impossible! He's all hunched over. A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes, did you just say something? A mask? Yes. I remember a... Ah! Athena! What is it? Oh, the no mask. It got put back. I remember a man with a mask. How could he... What did he do to my mother? My head. Ah! Miss Sykes, are you alright? No! No! The black Cyclocks. They're breaking. Holy shit. This is indeed very epic. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. They're gone. The black Cyclocks are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... It's all right. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench with a katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there. A man? Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and... He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time, you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. And he kicked me and I passed out. The murder weapon in this case, Athena also used one of these to stab the Phantom's hand during the incident 7 years ago. So, did we meet anybody with a hand wound? When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was? Can we, like, grab that no mask if it's still there and, like, analyze it for any hairs or anything? No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that?
Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
Ah, the mask hanging here on the wall.
It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom.
A phantom? It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has... I know, Edgeworth, what do you want? What? Oh, Aura, okay.
You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict.
Miss Blackwell, this is not good.
A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head?
Ugh, she's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother.
Athena, I'm so glad for you.
More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge.
I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise...
Right. Then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m.
Do I have anything here in the evidence? Save. That's a lot. That can help me find the person who came to the lab before 2 p.m. The video. Can we go prior? Let's try this. This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident, around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. Looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. There, please stop it right there. And he's got a wound jacket with a knife slash and wound on the hand, exactly as Athena remembered it. It's just like you said. There's a man leaving the scene of the crime. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person?
That's him! I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket.
Yeah, because it's got the knife wound in it.
I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket.
That jacket on display, that was Dr. Sykes's?
Can you see it? There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said. Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death. What is there even for you to object about now, Edgeworth? Come on. It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. Why? What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. The person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket. Oh, shit! The jacket should not have been there. On him. Ooh. And how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? Shit. What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, then how did it get back to the lab? Killer brought it back. The victim brought it back, or the defendant brought it back. Did he bring it back? Athena wouldn't have brought it back, and then obviously the victim's dead, so did the killer just bring it back? The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape, but in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved. Nope. Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. Who reported the body? Do tell me who reported the body! And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose the mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? Puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. Damn. I need to know who this was. I would have never thought of that! Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the HAT-1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. Suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. This person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask. It might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth! Does this mean... I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial, anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? Ooh... Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edward! Hold on, Mr. Wright. You've forgotten who's in charge of this trial. That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say, I see no need to further prolong. No. We have a sponsor this time. Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence.
A little princess who was truly beloved by Metis, and who paid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on?
Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that?
Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her.
Yo, they so cute together, though.
Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted.
Then what did you want from her? Judge! 21st century, go with the program. Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Aura, there is something I wanted to say if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis's murderer is. Holy why'd you say so? You do? Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. So that's why Aura's one of your favorite characters? That's amazing. She's awesome. That's right. The Phantom, the person Blackwell has been looking for even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. Ooh, we gonna save. The spy. Always love the representation. Yo, same. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? This dude, this old man, this judge, is just here for the soap operas. Recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. Holy shit, she was killed because she probably figured out who it was. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results and the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started a panic. Couldn't find them? But where could they have been? Who's to say? Wow, I bet he never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Look, those guards at that prison apparently really like him, and they kind of let him do whatever the fuck he wants. It's weird. So, you know. Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. He fucking used Taka! Oh my god. Hi, Taka. Hello. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher! Became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself. but take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I'd better hold on to this real tight. Holy crap, this case is going in some really interesting places. Phantom Psych profile added to the court record. The subject's emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Interesting. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness nor anger, and naturally no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. Phantom indeed. Fitting name for the one who brought darkness to our world. Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end.
Whatever. Do what you want.
You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. It's not over yet. We still gotta catch this guy. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor? Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Athena, you're more than welcome. Everyone is ready. I will now give my verdict. You! Oh, son of a bitch. Apollo? Why? Apollo! What is the meaning of this? Bro! Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. What the fuck are you doing, Apollo? Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? God damn it. I guess we need to be defending someone for us to investigate, so it's not gonna just... Thanks. Thanks, Apollo. December 20th, District Court, Courtroom number 4. Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. Bro! No, there's no more investigations? Okay. It's all trial all the time. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past year. I'm talking about the present case. You think she killed Clay. But why? Do tell. Please give me your explanation on this, Apollo. Because what the fuck? The entire rest of this case is a very long trial? Okay. It's still not clear who killed Clay Taran.
But Apollo, why would you...
Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time. What? This is a trial for the case from 7 years ago. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do.
Apollo. Sure, you know I'm all for the truth. Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial.
God damn it. Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police investigation report brought immediately. Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I'm just gonna do this right now. Alright. As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Taran. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, the culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1. When the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum, the killer attacked Mr. Taran with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. Here's a thought. So, if we are believing that the Phantom from 7 years ago is also our killer of Clay Taran, and he took that knife with him from 7 years ago, so is the knife that he used to stab Clay the exact same knife that Athena used to stab him? That's interesting. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. And therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Taran's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Ooh, neck. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. I'd better rearrange my evidence. Relevant evidence swapped into the court record. Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony if you please. Oh, Lord Apollo. Apollo Justice's accusation. What evidence do we got in here now? Alright, we got our profile, autopsy report, security camera video, stabbing. That's a security camera. And a bomb. Emergency ladder. Alright, okay. I suspected Miss Sykes in the murder of Clay Taran. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. Order! Order in the court! Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you? Yes, Your Honor. Because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to.
But Apollo! Why? How could you suspect me too?
Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this?
Apollo dismisses accusation. Cross-examination, here we go. He suspects Athena. What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Taran, my bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. It's because she didn't remember that she used it to stab the Phantom, buddy. And then, every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. So nothing happened to your eye, you were just like, I don't want to see this. I can't think about this. Can you take it off now? So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago. Or the exact same knife. I believe it is probably the exact same one. That knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Taran. Man really said, I don't want to see this shit yet. My bracelet would have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. I guess he has a point. But my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. The lighter. That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Taran. 7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. How could you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? She's the only one who... Why? Isn't it possible that somebody else used that same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there's a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad door. This is the camera that captured Mr. Taran and Mr. Starbuck. There's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Taran's killer, or rather, Miss Sykes coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in boarding lounge 2. First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Athena said she snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident, and then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day.
I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions.
One of Apollo's expressions is a Kristoff callback? Ah, damn it. I feel like I missed it.
When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2.
That must have been when the camera captured her. And that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. Wait a minute. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well. He's gonna say it didn't record anybody else, right? That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. And the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. Ooh. What? Why? Order! Order in the court! Matt, please. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they could have done. That can't be, but if it is, then it is incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? Fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright. Hey! Don't be mean! And that's why he's indicting her. Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own co-worker? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend. And that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my argument? Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice. And your facts appear to be indisputable. We should save. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? Looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Evidence is everything in court, directly quoting Kristoff, expression and all. Yep. That's cute. Unless you think there was an alternative escape route? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Can I get a map of that side? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Maybe. Is that what you think, Phoenix? Was there an alternative escape route? There has to have been. Of course. Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way! He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. It's sweet if Kristoff wasn't a murderer times 2. As long as you can clear up this doubt inside me. Wait, so is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena, I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really, fully trust her. Aww. So that you can really trust me? Seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly all about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly questioned every detail in pursuit of the defendant, while we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. And when the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That is exactly what trials are about. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me. So I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. That's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Heh, uber. Kristoff. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if I use the process of elimination, then there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to? It had to have been the control room, right? Mouse? Hello? There we go. Oh, come on. There we go. Are we gonna say it was Yuri Cosmos? There? I doubt anybody could have escaped that way. Can you really say with certainty that isn't possible? Yes, I believe I can. Nope, not there. I guess you're right. What are you doing? This is serious, Mr. Wright. Shit. Alright. Really hoping there was an alternative. Alright, Cosmos at the south. It's not the control room. What if they... I mean, he was also hiding, so what if they just went behind him? It's really because saying the Space Museum gets us in trouble. So what if they just went out? Nope. Alright. Fine. So it would have had to have been the Space Museum door. I miss it since it's during penalty dialogue, but Phoenix calls Edward Daddy once during this trial. Oh, that's funny. They really only could have escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbuck's prince to get through the door. It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. Ugh. I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? The culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum. And I guess it's true. The only exit would be into boarding lounge 2. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. And the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. So, that leaves us with no other conclusion to draw but that Athena Sykes was the culprit. What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? Hold on a second. What if... Couldn't they just, like, jump? No, that's too high. Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than Boarding Lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time. Which is exactly what an alternative escape route opened up for our... What an alternative escape route opened up for our culprit. Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides Boarding Lounge 2? I mean, just out? We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Concerning where dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Do you mean... Yep, while the Space Museum was in motion, just beyond the corridor's safety door was an alternative place that the culprit could use to escape. So he opened the door mid-transit and then somehow got out. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was the area outside the Space Center. You're freaking insane! Do you know how impossible that would be? That corridor's corridor's level 3. Sorry. That corridor is level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death. Yeah, I was thinking about that. But, I mean, how else would you explain the leaves? Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. You could just grab onto the fucking ladder. Because it was... What item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? Alright. This is what the culprit used to leap to the outside wall of the main building. The emergency ladder. Emergency ladder? There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab. And it was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down to the ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. Yeah, so we just had to jump out onto it, grab on, and then climb down normally. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who'd have imagined? Order! Order in the court! Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right? God, I hate that new objection for Edgeworth. Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Hey, You've known us for how long, Edgeworth? You know how we roll. Your theory has so many holes that put Swiss cheese to shame. Alright then. Name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. Ah, shit! 20 feet. You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place. An unstable ladder. Ugh. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all. But not the Phantom, because he doesn't feel fear. But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind. Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be completed and escaped to boarding lounge 2. Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way. Any ideas who the Phantom is yet? I don't know, man. Well, it was definitely a guy. It's not Solomon. I was initially wondering if maybe Detective Arm was, like, somehow involved. But she's dead, so... Doesn't make sense for it to have been him. Led the evacuation. Huh. That'd be quite the twist, wouldn't it? If it was the guy who led the evacuation that was conveniently there. Because he would have known that the ladder was out. But he's been helping us this whole time. He helped us with the... But he helped us with Solomon's case. That's interesting. Let me think about this for a bit. Let me stew on that thought. Alright. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way. In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down. And then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened. Unless he helped us with Solomon's case to purposely get Athena indicted. Because the theory could be if Metis could figure out his identity, then Athena could eventually do so as well, studying the same thing. Ooh, what a twist. Oh my god. Let's see. And then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened. That's a good point. You claim that despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap? And all in the brief moment the corridor and the ladder passed by each other? That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timing was off, or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? The Phantom? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth! This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Or a phantom? Hello, Edgeworth? Why do you always have to point out every flaw? Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have had to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear on some level, right? Wait a minute. Ha! I've got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternate escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternate escape route. Phantom Psych Profile. What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear? Right. Can't be serious. Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap, 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that the person without a fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted? That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. But was there such a person there at the scene? Yes. The Phantom. That mysterious shadowy figure who keeps popping up. Oh dear! The Phantom. Again? I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Taran as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Taran. What? What? Ooh. I mean, wasn't that obvious? Order in the court! Order, I say! Mr. Wright, please continue. There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then, this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? And this Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. We need to save. Been almost half an hour. Like 20 minutes. Who could this unidentified international spy be? Right? This escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start. As was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevator's stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. So, I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? The robotics lab wasn't the only one with an emergency ladder. But he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean The Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used? That's right. Who could it be? Wait a minute.
So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to.
This is what we were just thinking. Holy shit, is it really Fulbright? Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the... Ah! You gotta be kidding me. Did you figure it out? Right. Do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do. I don't believe it, but... Who is it? Who killed Clay? Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than... This is really fucking weird. Detective Bobby Fulbright. I just thought he was a lovable goofball with a weird sense of justice. After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind.
So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to.
I'm the first person you've met who wasn't spoiled on this. I'm glad you didn't. I'm glad nobody spoiled this for us. That would have been crazy. Oh my god. Who spoils games? That's so rude. His objective was to secure his own escape route. We lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion. Holy crap, we have his psych profile already? Oh my god. People assume if a game's over 5 years old, everyone in the world has played it. That's why I make sure to put that no spoilers tag up every time. Take off your gloves, Fulbright. Oh my god. What? He's saying... You mean the Phantom is... Detective Bobby Fulbright? Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom. Oh my god, Phoenix. Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, how could this be? Alright, hold on. My save? I'll be right back and take a quick bathroom break. I know this is epic, but quick break so we could just go all in on the rest of this and nail Bobby Fulbright. Alright, be right back. Oh, sorry. Okay. Back. I'm ready. Let's get him. I'm also still thinking about... Are we ever gonna get that report on the people who reported the body 7 years ago? So we can confirm. Although, I guess he might have changed his identity. So maybe that doesn't help. Anyway, let's get him. That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use, which, in fairness, that is really weird. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Verily, it was all part of his plan to create an escape route. That's true. If you're afraid of a bombing, wouldn't it be better to just tell people who are on the outside of the building to, instead of going back inside the building to go to the basement floor, just get the fuck out of the area? Like, wouldn't that make more sense? After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, just over halfway done with the trial. Holy crap, it is a long, long trial. Alright. Oh no, my fan died. He went to the lounge where he killed Clay Taran and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time and got a running start. And just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leaped onto it. I don't believe it. That addle-pated detective did all that. Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought... Sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, a heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. Champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. My catchphrase? It's in justice we trust. And his concern for Simon was also just one big act? He was probably trying to get the psych profile back from him. Oh, you sly son of a bitch. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. That monster killed Clay? He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained lighter to court, too. Scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it! How the hell did I fall for all that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Oh, and he looks mad. You got more bags around your eyes, Edgeworth. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. Court will take a short recess, and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand. December 20th, 5:13 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 5. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I... Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. You okay there, buddy? You okay there, Apollo? Apollo! Well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Could you... punch me, please? Thought I was gonna ask her to slap him, but punch is even worse. Alright. What? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust— Ow! She slapped him anyway. Okay, that's fine. Don't be such a dope. I was really touched by what you did. Huh? What are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena, I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really, fully trust her. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago, though. Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again. Guess I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. It looks like you have some promising young people working under you. Who could this be? Oh, Edgeworth! Hey, what's up? Edgeworth, hi. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself, and they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Or Blackwell has surrendered, and the hostages have been set free. Trucy and all the others? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. Oh, hi! Miss Blackwell, what are you doing here? I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you.
Miss Aura,
She better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Yes, it's true the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me?
oh, Miss Aura, does that mean you're going to start trusting the system again?
No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis' killer down. Leave it to us. We'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us, at least? Ah, hi, Simon. Aura. Simon! I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. It's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful. I never imagined you would go that far. Though you were always were an extreme. Pot, have you met Kettle? You're both pretty extreme. I don't recall ever requesting your help. As closed as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live into the slammer. Oh, sorry, to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty. Know me all too well. I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. And because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the Styx just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Simon. Aww! I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Horror. Alright. That's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. Still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. I can't believe he killed Clay. Right. And murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor. Yes? I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? Woo! He wants to nail Fulbright? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. Ooh, this is good. This is good plot right here. That's my plan all along. After all, it's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. Sir, formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand. Damn, this is good. I'm much obliged. Holy fuck, he's gonna fucking destroy these things. The day to part with these is come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? Oh, okay, you're gonna, like, actually let somebody take them off of you instead of just breaking them. Alright, cool. Can we take the shock collar off of him as well? Please. How long have I waited? Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher. The light, brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. Ooh, he's mad. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is.
I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet.
The tear stains on Blackwell's face. Yeah, I saw that. That's... Aw. Aw.
After all, we still got a trial to finish.
It's okay to cry, Athena, I promise. Prosecutor Blackwell? Mr. Wright? Please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? Are you gonna come with us? You're coming to the defense's bench with me. Ham? Bro, come on, we a team. We gotta do this last bit as a team. Come on, you should know better. Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But, are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. I saw a little glitch, so I'm gonna save. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. And I'm gonna save right now, because I saw it flicker, and it makes me worried. Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Apollo.
Athena, I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. And now we're gonna prove it to the world.
Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
Cutscene upcoming? Heck yeah.
Right, because I'm fine now.
You're Apollo Justice and you're fine. Say it. Nice. Now this is the Apollo I know. Not all broody anymore. Yay!
Welcome back, Apollo.
It's almost time for the trial to restart. Though it looks like you have things well in hand. And he leaves all that shit on the floor. You know what? I hope he comes back to pick it up later. Doesn't just leave it for someone. That'd be so rude. Yep. I should head back to the prosecutor's office.
But why?
I want to look into a few things, namely... The first people on the scene 7 years ago. The facial data registered by the robot. And Detective Fulbright's background. Yep, please do all of that, Edgeworth, please. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. I expect to be repaid with a victory, Wright. Now if you'll excuse me. Okay, you two all set to go? You bet I am.
Let's do this.
This is it. The final battle. Let's get him, guys. The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today. I feel so betrayed. Fulbright has been our lovable goof this entire time. We got scammed. December 20th, 5:27 p.m. District Court, Courtroom number 4. Let us now reconvene. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has never been more ready. You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. Huh, now that you mention it. Although back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. Ooh, that's mean, Phoenix. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. Still got that ego of his, though. Prosecutor Blackwell, with a 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. But bailiff, please bring in the witness, immediately. Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. You scammer! I'm so mad at you, Bobby. I'm so mad at this guy. He tricked me. Bobby Fulbright is here. I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am. Detective Fulbright, do you know why you have been called to give testimony? Yep, because there's only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice. In justice we trust. You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies. What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, hey, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey. He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. Must be feeling awfully confident. Fulbright, you wish to dispel our suspicions. Let's get to your testimony. Alright, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that. The embodiment of justice. I am the very embodiment of justice itself. Won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. There's a lighter with her prints on it. So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false? And that the defendant is the real culprit? That's right. Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder. Can you take off your glove for me, buddy? Can I see your hand? Let me see your hand. We don't have proof. You're correct about that. However, you don't have any proof of your claim either. Ah, I guess you're right. You can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice just is. Don't make me break out a dictionary on you. Ah! Please don't throw the book at me! Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him. Let's try not to lose focus, alright? My justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence.
You tell him, Blackwell! Get him. Enough of your rubbish, fool Wright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it. Prosecutor Blackwell? Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections? That's fine, Your Honor. Now, ask away and don't hold back. Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination. I feel so betrayed by this man. I'm very upset. How dare you! He says he's justice itself. The embodiment of justice? Those are just empty words. They say if you keep saying something, it can eventually become the truth. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true too? By wishing over and over? I mean... Alright, let's just move on. Far-fetched arguments, he says. My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory. Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. Hey, that's if you have dietary restrictions, either, you know, there's a lot of reasons why. You can even be, like, totally allergic to meat. I had a friend for a while who legitimately couldn't eat red meat. She was highly allergic to it. So she, you know what? She had damn tofu burgers, and that was fine. Yeah, it's okay. Sometimes it's okay. They're actually not too bad, though. Pretty good. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it in the victim's blood. Highly circumstantial. Yes, that's true, but wait. Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial. If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright, right, Dono? Especially about that lighter. He's right. But what exactly should I ask? Position of the prints. Please tell the court about the position of the prints on the lighter. They're around the same spot on either side, as they would be as if she were holding it up. Huh. I suppose it was used to light the room. If it was used to light the room, it would be held that way. Could you please add that statement to your testimony? Pins are placed just the way they would be if someone were holding it lit. Yes, Miss Blackwell did mention she saw a lit lighter being held up. Yep, meaning the person Miss Blackwell saw was the owner of the fingerprints. It just strengthens the argument against Miss Sykes. This line of questioning is going to get me anywhere except conviction land. Should I try asking him something else? Let's talk about the number of prints then. So, how many prints were found exactly? 3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of a right hand. Interesting, okay. Your Honor, that is an important statement. Could we please have it? Swapped into my testimony? You got it. Beat me to it. Ha ha ha! Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key. Three prints were on the lighter. Up, ship, not present. I don't know where we're going with this. I really don't. So 3 prints from a right hand were found on the lighter, huh? Are you certain of this? Do I have her statement? Perp held a lighter with an earth emblem on it in their left hand and a knife in their right. Ooh, there we go. I'd stake my life on it. Mr. Wright, isn't it odd he's saying the prints are from Athena's right hand? Yep. Why would you say that? Well, think about it for a sec. Athena always wears that glove on her right hand, right? Yeah, she does. That's the exact opposite of the fingers that would be able to touch anything. So there's no way she'd be prints of those 3 fingers from her right hand. Hey, great point. Why didn't I catch that one? Detective Fulbright, I'm sure you heard our discussion just now about how Miss Sykes always wears a glove on her right hand. Ha ha ha! Well, I have only one thing to say about that. Do you have any evidence that she was wearing that glove at the time in the incident? I guess we don't. Want to prove the defendant innocent, you'll have to ask better questions than that. Like I need a lecture from you, Smiles Magoo. Should I try asking about something else? Press on like this. Let's proceed with their testimony, shall we? Certainly, certainly. This statement that was added, I'm not sure if it's relevant or not. Well, at least he seems willing to answer our questions. Let's keep asking about different things and see if we can uncover his inconsistency. Detective Fulbright is a tougher adversary than I thought. Embodiment of justice, far-fetched. Why are the prints on it? See, that doesn't match Aura Blackwell's statement, right? Alright, so here we go. Ready? Objection! You say the prints were from a right hand, is that correct? That's right, very clear prints. But that just doesn't add up. Huh? What doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh? So here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from a right hand instead of a left? Ah! You're right. Doesn't make any sense, does it? Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water. Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints. But then, why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it! What have you got, detective? The mirror! The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror. Go on. Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window of boarding lounge 1, wasn't she? I believe so. You mean the little window in the back and to the right of the room? That's right. Across the room on the opposite wall, there's a large mirror. Huh. I do remember seeing it. Ah, so you're saying... Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror. That seems like an odd angle, though, doesn't it? Would she be able to see in that far? Ah, I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they? Ha ha ha! Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice. But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection.
Silence.
God damn it. Right, Dono. You'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it. Huh? That's right. Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand. Why not? Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That emblem's only on one side of the lighter. You're right. There's no emblem on the other side. Oh, shit. Exactly. As blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. The culprit held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem. Uh-oh. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. So, if the culprit held it in their left hand with the emblem out and visible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they had held it in their right hand, they could have easily opened it and lighted it. Oh, there goes the camera. Hold on, I'm on it. Camera, please. Alright, we're good. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand. Shit. No! Come back, my beautiful contradiction! It appears you planted a flower that bears no fruit. See how it withers before my flower of justice? He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point. In justice we trust. Now do you see I'm not this phantom you've been talking about? I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. Oh, yo. I didn't say anything about a spy. Nobody said anything about a spy. The only person who knows about the spy is Cosmos, and you've been real careful not to tell anyone about that. That's not allowed. Oh, it's so sad. So very sad. But I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit. Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? Ooh. I knew it. You're lying, detective. Pardon me? You mean... Yes, my bracelet reacted to a statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. Is it supposed to have an emblem on both sides and it got peeled off? And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Justice Dono, are you to use that cheat of yours again? Yeah. It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell. Don't you dare use Taka to stop us this time. Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then. Good. Thank you. We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo. You're up. Here goes, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time? What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem's only on the side that you can see when they're held in the right hand. Ooh. The Earth emblem. Do that again, buddy. I'm gonna need you to do that thing again. Say it again. Yeah, why about what about the Earth emblem? Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase, the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edges of your holster. Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about. Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it. But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence.
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you? What? Not you do, Prosecutor Blackwell. I'm not sure what this is all about, but if Prosecutor Blackwell insists, it must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter. Good. Now maybe we'll learn something new. I hope so. Now let's check every inch of this thing. The back is covered with blood. Say, do you notice anything funny about this blood stain? You're right, it suddenly breaks off unnaturally. Huh, it does, like right there. Supposedly, that lighter was held with the right hand so the emblem was visible. If so, the print should be around the emblem. And on the lid where you open it. You're right, there's definitely something off here. Come on. So this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. See anything noteworthy? Huh? Hey, look at this. The emblem's actually some kind of button. Oh! The lighter's fucking gun! Holy shit! Oh my god. Wow, it transformed into something. Hold on, let me read that again, sorry. Wow, it transformed into something. A handle, a trigger. Is this what I think it is? There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun. What? A gun? So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a .1 caliber. The little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. Or this little compact gun. It looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene. I'm flabbergasted! The lighter was a gun? So when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster. That's right, whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself. There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum and then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out. Whenever you mentioned the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun. Accuse me all you want, but where's your proof? You have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun? Shit, not exactly. And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. Proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene. Ugh. It appears that the detective is right. Are you guys really trying to prove your client's innocence or what? Although it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertions, coming from the prosecution side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident, and the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter. And the person who murdered Mr. Taran. And the person who bombed the Space Center are all the defendant, Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof. No! Now do you see? Man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. And I think it's about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair. The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell? Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm. But, calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as the prosecution. Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead. Hey, rude! Be nice to Polly. This is the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter's not Miss Sykes', but yours. Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. It's just, the prints on the lighter are all the basis for accusing Athena. I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean, you think this lighter might be forged evidence? That's right. It could all be for part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things. It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this? A lighter? Detective, we'd like to run a comparison of some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Ah, yes. I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. Yeah, that was an awfully odd and convenient thing to have done. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? How the prints were left on it. Let's save because it's been a while. And we don't want it to crash. It's been half an hour since we saved. Yeah, the prints were left in a... How the prints were left on it. Where the prints are. It's 1 or 3, right? Yeah, the prints don't make sense for it as a gun, right? So they make sense for as being used as a lighter. That's what we talked about, but they don't make sense for being used as a gun. Anything odd about where the prints are? No, I guess if it was fired as a gun, that's about where the prints would be, but there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. Oh, okay. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? How the prints were left on it then? No, I guess I don't see anything strange about how the prints were left on the lighter. Ugh, okay. Nothing unusual about the angle or how they are patchy in places, but... Okay. Well, then I guess it has to be the owner of the prints. Are they really Athena's fingerprints? They definitely matched her print data. But what about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct? Yes? What about it? You say Miss Sykes' prints match the print data. But I have to wonder, was the data you used official? Oh, he could have forged the... Oh my god, he could have forged the print sheet and done like a little switcheroo. Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated? Yes. I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official, sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case. What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics.
Silence.
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun. Very well then, bailiff. Hey, Taka. It appears the official data is here. And the results? It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant. Oh! Ah! Yes. The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Taran. What? Okay. Lighter updated in the court record. Okay. There were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter? Ha, I see. Come to think of it. Wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints? I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. when you took the deceased's fingerprints. Could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood. True. After which you wiped the blood off of his hand. Ah! By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data. All to put the blame on Miss Sykes. Ah! This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who's behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit. So, does this mean Dr. Fulbright really is the Phantom? Remember the killer's escape route? No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Ah! Detective Fulbright, you are the only one who could have used that escape route. Ah! Hey! Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me, or so help me, I will slash you to tiny slivers while you stand. Ah! Alright, I'll talk. I confess. I am not the Phantom.
Silence.
It's all over. I'll be a man and admit it already. But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. Bullshit. An undercover investigator? That sounds less than wholesome to me. Judge, please. A person who hides his identity and can secretly investigate in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright. That's right. I was working to track down the Phantom, but sadly... You wish you could stay, but you gotta go? No worries, 21 Snakes. I appreciate you staying for as long as you can. Thanks for stopping by. Always appreciate it. And I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. Oh, right. Since I'm planning to finish the case today, ideally, afterwards we will take a break for 2 weeks because in a couple weeks, I will not be here on the 24th. And I don't want to have an interruption when we start the next game. So we might still do something next weekend, but it wouldn't be this. We would, assuming we finish this today and don't need to do it next week, we will start the next game on the 1st of October. Yeah, so that's the plan. All right, anyway, have a great night, 21 Sticks. Thanks for stopping one by. All right, anyway, that's right. I was working to track down the Phantom, but sadly... See you then. Bye. Even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him. You are full of shit. What?
Objection!
You're telling us this now? But if what you say is true, then... Who was the mystery person Miss Blackhole and Mr. Starbuck saw? It was the Phantom, I tell you! All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated lighter? That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Pinning the crime on Athena Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders. And you expect me to buy that? Fulbright, what was the Phantom's ultimate objective? I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you too. Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that psych profile you have on him. Convenient. So, he sent in a buzzard of his own to tell me this past year, did he? I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. Or a pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. Enough, Wright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He's very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. People believed I was the Phantom? I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom, after all. With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you are vulnerable to a sniper's shot in this courtroom. Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's gonna lie his way out of it now? But on the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright. We can't find a flaw in his logic. He's right. After we come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wriggle free now. Can we psych treat him to check his emotions? There, I finally told the truth. Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right? I don't like that look on his face. I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom. What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom. Evidence is everything, right, Donald? And you must admit, there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom. Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence. But can we do a psych evaluation, please? I've known Fulbright here for a year now, and all this time he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie. But Prosecutor Blackwell! This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me, he actually became quite a nuisance, really. Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me? Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony. However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You'll have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy, and don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that? Yes. Thank you. Oh, thank you! Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing. In any case, looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down a not guilty verdict with confidence. Very good. I'm very glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well. Athena, can we please do a psych evaluation? Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom, the man who killed Clay, will get away. I know, but... what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright's the Phantom. Is this it? Is he gonna get away just like that? Psych eval him. Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation waits. And with that, I'm off.
Hold it!
Please be Athena. Please be Athena. Please be Athena. Please be Athena. Fuck yeah! Yes!
The defense? No, wait. Not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet and would like to see this trial continue.
What? I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges.
It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Paulo, think you could scooch over?
Athena, what are you doing? Hope we don't get held in contempt of court.
I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to the prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done for you?
Of course I am, and I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Athena, where are you going with these questions? Please tell me this is leading into a psychological evaluation.
I've yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss.
Yes, that's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all.
What does that mean?
We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie.
That's it. With your special ability, we just might be able to stop him.
Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by her accusations.
Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow.
If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him?
Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting? Fulbright, I think you'd better have that counseling. Not you do! You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator and your family has been taken hostage. I feared you might be finally lost it. But I thought you believed me. Silence. Oh, how you amuse me so.
What's going on here? That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon.
I knew you would catch on, Athena.
Huh? Mind filling me in here? Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe in Detective Fulbright. Because he knew I'd notice if there was a lack of emotions like joy or relief in his response. So, he gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart.
What? You two are working together just now? I mean, no shit. He really cares about Athena. Come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart.
You got it. Time to check the instant replay. Widget, mon ami, let's do this.
Undercover investigator, he's got no emotions at all, don't he? Bad person for cooperating with such a man. He took my family hostage. Yep. Even with all his over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all.
It's just like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom Psych profile.
Look at that stone-cold face. Why is he going for his watch?
Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom.
Hey, what's going on? Oh my god, he's fucking with us. Look at his glasses. Wait, hold it! What do you think you're doing, detective? Me? I'm not doing anything. He's trying to hack the Mood Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this. Ah! Get him, Taka. Fancy device you have there, but I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you. Sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking. More like as a spy? Thanks, Prosecutor Blackwell. There, now you can't hack me anymore. I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotions from us. Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, you've wounded me very deeply with that accusation. What's going on? All of a sudden, I'm getting an overwhelmingly happy reading. Huh? But he's literally crying us a river over there. Oops, my mistake. How about this? Gah! Yikes, now he's angry all of a sudden? What's he trying to pull? Like as not, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. It's just as it says in Dr. Sykes' profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right? Precisely. Which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he's controlling his emotions. Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell. You are correct. It's the result of my daily training. Very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know. More like for us spies. But I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute. I think I know. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, detective. A feeling I'm trying to hide? That's a good one. You're the ones I've been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess. And you have no objections to me analyzing you, right? No, analyze away. And I'll state it again. I am not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. Because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do. Holy fuck, he is just jumping around. I'm really annoyed that my watch keeps buzzing at me. Oh, I'm so sad. See, I told you I have emotions. How dare you accuse me of being someone who would kill over a moon rock? Do regret cooperating with the Phantom, of course. I'm so glad this whole misunderstanding is cleared up now. What the? How are we supposed to pick out what's unnatural from this mess? I don't know what we can do with this either. This must be his defenses against your ability. So you think this is what he meant by what he's really capable of? I hate to know what's going on inside that guy's head. Well, we know he's hiding something and that he feels threatened by Athena. Being only human is true feelings, an emotion he can't completely conceal. Must be hidden somewhere in his testimony. So sad. consistent fear. I found it. I found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock, you felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear, huh? A fear that a man with hardly any emotion feels, huh? And it was a response to that moon rock. Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because either he lost it or he failed to steal it. Probably because he lost it in the bombing. You lost the precious moon rock you went to so much trouble to get, didn't you? And that frustration has turned into fear in your heart. Oh, it's so frustrating. I can't stand it. I'm not so sure a man who could make that 20-foot leap would feel fear about that. Yeah, I guess you're right. Didn't the topic of what a spy might fear the most come up in our discussions earlier? Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because your identity will be revealed? Of course. That's it. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top-secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. People believed I was the Phantom. I could be killed on the spot. I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom, after all. Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You're afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid. Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about. So there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity. Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much as steal the moon rock, but more like he had to take it with him? Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity. What if his blood got on it when Athena stabbed him? What the fuck? Get back here! Where do you think you're going? Me? I'm not going anywhere. Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try to get away? How many more of those toys does he have? Where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock? And just as we trust, not emotions, Mr. Lawyer. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid? Don't make me laugh. Ah! What was that just now? But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. Eek! It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis serve no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era when evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And why exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway? Well, I admit I don't have any conventional proof. But I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits. Oh, really? And why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery. Oh, fuck. All I hear is distrust. As you can see, the people are on my side, because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine. But it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people. Uh-oh, he's got Athena doubting herself. Ms. Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses and has been key in getting to the truth. What nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock. I see. Very well, I'll give the opinion on this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence. But Your Honor... There, you see? Nobody believes you and your trumped-up charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analysis can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already. Surely you jest. So does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor? Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock. That is the court's opinion on this matter. Then that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear. Analytical psychology? My fears? Fine. I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence. Oh god, he's laughing again. Nope, I'm done with that. Moving on. My fear of the moon rock. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. So, the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice. And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock? Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any 2-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence. Damn. The Phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it, right, Dono? With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable Phantom fellow to the other world together. You got it. You and I, Prosecutor Blackwell? We have a duty to bring the Phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. Indeed, by covering for Athena, I allowed the Phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction. I bear part of the responsibility as well. For being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the Dark Age of the Law. This is so poetic. Then it is also our burden to cut away the foul spectre we created, is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people. Trust? Understanding? Ha! Fragile ideals of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing. Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies. Always. Get him. His fear of the moon rock. Alright, let's save real quick. Press everything. Only reminded you of the Phantom? Don't make me laugh. You are the Phantom. Evidence is everything in a court of law. Or did you forget? I was forced to testify over a silly thing like feelings. But those tactics won't work from here on out. You need real evidence. Ugh, I hate to admit it, but he's right. You're afraid because you took your family hostage? Your family? Like who in your family specifically? Oh, I don't know. Like maybe my lover, for example? For example? Maybe? We need a more concrete answer than that. Maybe. My mother? My son? Or my daughter? Maybe it was all of them. I'm so sad and worried. Miss them so much. He's obviously lying. Look how upset I am. Is it any wonder I followed the Phantom's orders? Why would the Phantom be afraid of the moon rock? You can't think a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of that rock. I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have any feelings. How can someone like me, with my wealth of emotions, be expected to understand the guy? The Phantom, a person with very few emotions, would only be afraid of something really big, like his cover getting blown big. I'm willing to bet that moon rock has something to do with his identity, but what? Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints are on the rock? But fingerprints can also be wiped off. And maybe he wanted the rock so bad he literally drooled on it and left his DNA? We're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob. True, but maybe the DNA part isn't too far off. I'm telling you, when she cut his hand, got blood on it. Huh? Something unexpected happened to him during the incident 7 years ago. I just know I have something that can show why the Phantom is afraid of the moon rock. I'll just continue with my testimony while you're pondering then, if you don't mind. Let's finish pressing him. It's only 2 more statements. Because he's afraid of the moon rock, it's not him. How afraid are you exactly? I'm so scared I start to shake even when I see the moon in the sky. You shake when you see Miss Sykes' earring? Well, to be honest, since the very first time I met Miss Sykes, I've felt more than a little frightened of her. I guess some people just inspire that much fear in others. Mr. Wright, you were thinking something mean-spirited and rude, weren't you? Hey, maybe. Of course not. Must beef up mind-reading defenses. Now do you understand? The very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock proves that he's on the side of justice. After all that you've done, how dare you speak the word justice? In justice we trust. I'll say it as much as I want and with absolute confidence. Whatever I say is just. That's how it works in this dark age of the law. He won't get the best of me with that twisted argument of his. I'll find a way to get him right where I want him. Detective Fulbright, or rather the Phantom, feels fear in regard to the moon rock. Probably has something to do with being afraid that his true identity will be revealed. Right, so that's why the Phantom had to take the moon rock with him 7 years ago. In that case, if we had something to show the real cause of Fulbright's fear, we just might be able to expose his true identity. Ooh, it's the same reason why he took the knife with him. What reason? Because Athena stabbed someone. Right. We don't have the videotape on us, so I think we go with the knife.
Objection!
Sorry, objection! There we go. Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is. Of course, that's the knife that the Phantom used to kill Clay Taran. That's right, and the exact same type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand. Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall. He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. A knife went into the back of his hand. Miss Sykes then stated that she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock. And he was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene. You mean, if we ran the analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is? Ha 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 ha! Yes, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing. That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail. You can? Of course. Not. Nope, yeah, we can actually. Because I saw a piece of it. That's it right there. And with any luck, maybe there's a little blood on it. That'd be real nice, wouldn't it? You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me. Ah! Quit taking shots at Phoenix! Leave us alone! What this court needs is a bully-free zone. Ha! The infamous sword of the beguiling bluff. Its edges without compare. Come now, ready it with me, and show us just how finely it cuts. Your Honor, this is an outrage! Oh, I mean, this is an outrage? Ah! Go on, Wright, Dono. Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. Oh, you're right. But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then. All that, it is in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. Does this mean the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center? No, not exactly anymore. In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible. And why is that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, and especially the lab, but the moon rock was never found. Ah, how could that be? Sorry, hold on. Let me reread that. How could I forget about that? A sad but true fact. I still haven't a grasp of how it was done. Oh, I have an idea. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether. There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in the 7 years after that either. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. But how? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think. I know exactly what happened. I've been thinking this entire time that the moon rock was shoved into the capsule. But I didn't know, what the purpose of that was until now. And then it just came back recently and got blown up with a bomb. How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab? So, can you or can you not show what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Wright? Oh, I got this. Yes, I can, Your Honor. What? Oops, sorry. I mean, what? In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene? Hope capsule. That's the Hope capsule, right? One that went up with the Hat 1 rocket. He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So, there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day. Yes, and the team must have loaded it on the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have been launched up into space along with the rocket. Preposterous! It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was... Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. It was out there in the depths of space. Aboard the Hope space probe. What? Order! Order in the court! See, I knew it had to have been shoved in there, I just couldn't figure out why, but now this makes sense. I was just like, huh, that's weird. I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat 1 anyway. The villain used his primary objective to conveniently kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission and returned 7 years later. With the capsule in tow. Ah! If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. Except we lost the capsule. So he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back? I believe so. His original assignment may have been just to sabotage the Hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung up onto that capsule for all it was worth, until his very last breath. Oh, this is so funny. You make me laugh, you really do. Boy, he's totally out of whack now. It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit it all now? Because he kind of blew it up already. Has nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. I am not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes. A trap. Now I'm not so sure what to think. Suppose if the Phantom is a spy with assault, a trap is not out of the question. But in that case, you could say anything is a trap. And he's going bonkers laughing again. That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order. This guy's so slippery. further investigation, more like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must, here and now. Guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackwell. What? Hey, you guys aren't really... Thank God, Edward. Did you get the things? Looks like I made it just in time. Thank you, Edward. Good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts. Did you find something about the Phantom's true identity? You might say that. Started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition systems. But none of them looked like the least bit like Detective Fulbright. Oh, fuck. That's not good. But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell, best brace yourselves. Please tell me he has no family. Uh-oh. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. Oh my God! Did you what? Huh? What's that supposed to mean? An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. You killed Fulbright? What does this mean? Yes, that man there is an imposter, pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. An imposter? Then, this man, who in the world is he? His name changed to question marks. Enough of your trickery. You will not reveal yourself to us. And I shall do it for you. What? He's wearing a mask. No! His face! Ah, look what you did to my mask. Mask? What's the meaning of this, witness? Okay, you got me. Guess I have to show you who I really am now. What? Wait, but that's... Hey, Paul. Yep, it's me, Solomon Starbuck. Mr. Starbuck? But that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you? It's another mask, isn't it? Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat 1, which was set to be destroyed. Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want. Not so fast. I have the Phantom's psych profile right here. If we compile a psych profile on you and compare the results, it will prove that you're the Phantom. It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the end justifies the means. Oh my God, is he just gonna go through beating people from all the cases? That voice, those words. Cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes. Professor Means! Is this his mask? I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now, give me that evidence. Huh? Time to take out the trash. Permanently. How could you? Now do you see how powerful the end justifies the means can be?
Silence.
Get him, Taka! How pathetic. Can't even speak without wearing another man's face. Ah, but that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all. Perhaps it's really the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in a mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager. Well, aren't you just the master of psychology, Blackwell? That's right. I don't know who I am. I am always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like, or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. What's with this guy? Is he even still human? And now, we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright. Huh? I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom. Yeah, but the moon rock's kind of exploded, so... I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know you aren't Bobby Fulbright, your claims of a phantom trap won't work anymore. Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope capsule? I think I will do just that. Get ready, because the Hope capsule is about to seal your... Yeah, we lost it. Fudge. The courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens. It looks like you have finally caught on. Full marks for the defense for effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion. There's a tiny bit left. Ah! So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It's all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. Can't believe it. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed? How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent. And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. At least put some weight behind your swing, right, Dono? I know! I'm trying! There's only one thing that can unmask this menace, the moon rock. But that was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, it's really gone without a trace. No, we got a trace of it. I am gonna save in case it crashes again real quick, because it's been a bit. And the game does tend to crash for no reason. What if some tiny part, some little fragment still exists? It does, I already looked at it because I figured it out. Yes, and as you can see, the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture? Very well, Mr. Wright, let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity? There's a tiny fragment of the moon rock left. Isn't that the bomb that blew up the courtroom? And the moon rock along with it. Except, in your bomb parts is a tiny piece of moon rock. Are you saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity? Yep. Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on this photo taken after the bombing. Specifically, right here. There. Please take a look at this newspaper article. This article about the hat won? Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock. And when we look at this photo of the bomb fragments, see how there's a rock-like object with the same coloration? Oh my! Yes, I see it. It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing on the blood will prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom. Unbelievable! That's impossible. Surprised to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let us have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, you'll be having a DNA test too, fool Wright. Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. What are we doing to keep that dude here? Because he might try to, like, wire escape away. Prosecutor Blackwell, what did the test results show? There was a rock fragment that had blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed. Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed. A match, of course, right? They confirmed it was the witness's blood, didn't they? There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it, you are the Phantom. Huh? Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. Oh my god, he's mimicking us, isn't he? That was my objection, Apollo. Huh? You son of a bitch. God damn it! Why? Phoenix, question mark. That's a pretty good objection too, don't you think? I hate you. Now he's me? So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright? No! Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor. No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright. Could this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph, and those just like it. How can you be so sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. But how do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove that they're the moon rock, right? Don't be absurd! Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article. What normal rock looks like that? Anybody can see that they're the same. They have the exact same coloration. I'm fighting with myself. I hate this. But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be here. But you can't deny it's a possibility. Your blood was found in one of the fragments. Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. Why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago, I tripped and fell in this very courtroom. I was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto a piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. Oh, great. Camera, come back. I fixed it. Alright, let's... There we go. And yet I suppose it's not completely out of the question. See, you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. Thought that was the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Oh, I hate you. That's our creed. You suck. You're the last person I want to hear that from.
Well, then why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify if they were from the moon rock in the robotics lab or not.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible. And why not? In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you'd need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. We have that, though. But that moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. Athena's earring is made from that moon rock. We have it. So you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from that moon rock. Oh! No! There's really no way to prove it? Are you finally ready to throw in the towel? That was us, right? Yeah, that was us. So, the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock, too. Shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. The final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care.
We do?
We do. Even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. Is this true, Mr. Wright? Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing, as usual. Nope, not this time. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. The piece of evidence that shows the original moonrock isn't completely lost is this. Athena's moonrock earring. An earring that Dr. Sykes gave to Athena. The stone was cut from a real moonrock that was being used for research. Take that!
Just about the only thing my mother left me with. Her widget. And this earring. Maybe she did love me. In her own way.
Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left you with a very important piece of evidence.
She did?
You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moonrock of our own.
Yeah.
Oh! You mean... Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the defense's sample of the moonrock. That's your sample? This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from that original moonrock. What? All this time? It was right here all along? No. Can't be. If the composition of the bombed fragments and the earring are found to be a match, then it will prove beyond the shadow of a doubt the origin of the fragment in this photo. And, since the test results show that the blood on the fragment was yours, this means that the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide? I don't have an identity to hide. I made out of Athena's ears, but now even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. Left all of my emotions behind years ago. Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. And I suppose you do. I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me. Couldn't get over the trauma of my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear. Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself? How can I run from myself? When there's nothing inside. Nothing at all. I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand. But people have emotions. It's just a fact of life. And so, people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? Do we get to see Phoenix break down through this guy? The fear inside of me? Is this... No. Ah! Ah! I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel fear. You can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on. With your own true face. My own true face. No, please don't! I know you're here. Where are you? See? I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest! This dude's freaking out. My own true face! I don't have one! My face! My face! My face! Tone 8? Okay. Oh, shit. It's the guy from the village. Fox mask guy. No. This is my face? No, that's it. Not it. No! No! This isn't me either. Ah! Is this me? Which one is my face? What am I? Who am I? Ah! Oh my god, he's going through everybody! Holy crap! Oh, Fulbright. Oh, did he just get shot by an assassin? I didn't even get to see it. Dude, that was trippy. Ugh. Sniper attack in this very courtroom. It chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how's Detective Fulbright? I mean, his impostor doing? He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. He appears to be in no danger of dying. Well, that was fortunate for all of us. The analysis of that final piece of evidence Wright Dono submitted is in. The composition of Miss Sykes' earring and the fragment with the blood on it match. We can now be certain that it is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present. The bombing of the courtroom number 4, and all of his other crimes as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all of these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about, after all. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Okay, I know awkward, but just in case it crashes, we're gonna save real fast, because it'd be awful to do all that all over again. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But before I do, will the defendant please return to her proper place?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes, not guilty! Finally! Woo! Finally did it. It's finally over for real this time. Good job, everyone. I love how our prosecutor in every game, like our main prosecutor, always turns out to be a good person. Court is adjourned. Good person and friend by the end of it. December 20th, 9:12 p.m. Damn, we were in there for a long time. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 5.
Congratulations, Mr. Nick.
Thank you, Pearls. And thank you for being there for Athena.
It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial.
Trucy!
Daddy, I'm glad to see you.
Trucy, are you alright? Are you hurt?
I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up.
That's our Trucy for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe. I think they still don't know that they're siblings. Right. I fear I owe you another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth? Never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you. Aw, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who've been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as a prosecutor, right? Yes, well. We knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial. Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to its successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it that I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? So you figured it out, did you? Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? Oh, that's so cute, he helped him! It should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal. Well, I owed you a few favors. Hey, Edgeworth. Think we can finally bring the Dark Age of the Law to an end? Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, now that Prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of the mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away. You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It won't kill you. Would it kill you to smile, buddy? Instead, the furrows in that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. Well, at least his eyes aren't all baggy again, because when he was, you know, being frustrated in court, he got the dark bags under his eyes again. That's pretty funny. So I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it. Ah, the complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals. Athena. I assume it was Blackwell. Yes! Good job. Good guess, me. I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, and taking the bar exam while you were overseas.
Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic.
I'm so glad I made it in time. Just barely. Aww. She's crying. Oh, just barely. I still made it. Aw. Atta girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out. Yes, I survived by the skin of my teeth, thanks to you. You could cry too, Blackwell. It's fine. Shame on you, Simon. You're trying to throw your life away like that? It was never my intention to just throw my life away. But some things in this world are more important than your own life. That's so cute. This is cute.
Like what?
My honor-bound duty to my honor-bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure. Huh? That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through. Well, looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It took all of us together to pull it off. We literally used everybody's skills in that last trial. That's awesome.
You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh?
It was definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen. I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Wright Anything Agency.
Well, nobody's gonna try harder than me, so you'd better watch out, Apollo. Simon is free thanks to Mr. Wright. But there are so many more people out there who need our help.
You're right. I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. If we ever hope to fully bring the Dark Age of the Law to a close...
Hey! I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles.
Why does she like Aldoon so much? Super salty, right?
Huh?
Nothing like a bowl of Eldoon's noodles after a trial, all on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Wright Anything Agency. Right, Mr. Wright? Huh? Huh? But we didn't get paid for this. At all, because... As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work. In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles.
Huh? 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 I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman?
We got voluntold. Guys? Under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in.
Hey, no fair. I want to say it too.
Okay. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Objection! Awesome.
I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Polly now that he's back, so I decided to go around and get a bunch of jobs for him to do. Find a lost cat, install an air conditioner, give a computer lesson, find a lost item. You think I should have found him a few legal cases? Nah, that's okay. This is the Wright Anything Agency after all. Athena and Apollo were so wonderful in court. I'd better study as much as I can if I want to be a judge someday. My grandma says eat lots of peppers and they'll ignite your passion. Oh, but I should figure out which to grow, green peppers or yellow peppers. Or maybe I should go with hot as the sun red peppers instead.
She's still crushing on Apollo. Oh, God.
Hand of the dark age of the law, you say? How naive. Don't you know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? What? They're putting me under investigation. The chief prosecutor wants to see me. Eek!
Serves you right, Pain. Oh, crap. I'm gonna, like, remember voices. I've been asked to debut with the great masked wrestler, Tenmatado.
He's scheduled to go up against the amazing Ninetales next, though.
Oh, what to do? A fight to the finish with myself?
Why don't you ask Mr. Demon Layer to become the amazing Ninetales?
That's not a bad idea. I bet he'd be for it. Ka! So we made as one, my foes. Oh my god, I can't. No, it's too hard. We had to, like, use a voiceover thing for the demon.
Would you believe it? I'm an alderman of Ninetales Vale now. Pretty impressive, eh? I took over after Rex QB for the good of my beloved village. What do you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out?
Hey, you! What do you think you're doing sneaking to the manor?
Ah, the jig's up. Better make a run for it! I thought I wanted to be an artist, but after seeing the amazing job Athena did, I started becoming generally interested in law, so now I'm studying for the bar exam. I'm gonna prosecute Athena someday, you'll S-E-E.
I'm studying my buns off too, but not the bar exam. I'm gonna pass the Themis entrance exam on my own merits this time. With a score of 100 points, of course.
Phew, Juniper,
her dream will live on forever! I don't miss how hard that was.
I found really sweet boxes for all three of them, but they won't wear them. Is it because I want to be a legal journalist instead of a lawyer or a judge? But anyway, thanks to the trial, the school newspaper's future's as bright as can be. Now let's see what the fresh blood have to say the new school paper. I read it and cried so hard at graduation rehearsal her cardboard box got soggy.
Oh gosh. The one night and only reunion concert, I still remember that evening of passion. The president of the student council sang like no other student I've ever heard. When she's a judge on her own court someday, I'd love to have a jam session with her. It'd be the coolest trial ever, yeah? I can already hear it now. Gotta do everybody. Lord.
I gave this place a good cleaning from top to bottom, but it's already a mess again. Guess the only thing I can do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. With Mystic Maya due to come here once her training is over, it simply must be done.
Humanity's dreams for outer space will never die! In fact, planning for the Hot 3 rocket has already started. Look up, people of this great nation, and witness the glory of Unity Cosmos! Sorry, I missed some of that. What do you... Oh, Director! Yes. Rocket preparations are fully complete. Yes! You can just leave everything to me! Assistant Director, Unity Cosmos! Who's the director now? Ooh, he got demoted.
I'm going to the moon. Oh, come on here. If you know where to go to the moon, I would love to show them around. But which is more interesting? Mons Pyrenees or the Mare Tranquilitas? You think they would like either one? Yay! Hooray! I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I just want you to use me again like you used to.
I had to, like, quickly get my hand on the voice changer button. Ready for launch? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! I'm going to the moon for real this time, for me and Clay. Thanks to my lures, I know I should never give up. But I'm worried. You can't breathe in space, and in fact, it's cold as heck. Oh man, I'm getting really nervous. No, I am not employed here. I simply came to the request of services in defense of my sister. But no one's around and I've been kept waiting for a long time. What sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and you wish for Athena to defend him? Perhaps he and I shall meet in the courtroom in the near future. Gotta read fast with these things. I look forward to your next month's salary assessment.
Eek, please forgive me!
Blackwell's acquittal has brought all manner of ills in the prosecutor's office to light. It would seem solving that case has thawed the chill of winter and the warmth of spring. Now I owe Wright yet another debt of gratitude. But I will repay him one day. You can trust me on that. Yay! Very good. That was great! That was a lot of fun. There's a lot of twists and turns. Our cop buddy was a fraud! I'm so hurt. Can't we just have a... There was no room. There's no replacement for Gumshoe as our lovable goof. Wait. So if Edgeworth is chief prosecutor now, then what the fuck is Gumshoe doing? I need to know where Dick Gumshoe is and what he is up to. I have questions that demand answers. Where in the world is Dick Gumshoe? You traitor! Fulbright, how dare you? Gosh, the trial at Ninetales Vale just feels like forever ago. I'm just like, that was the same game? Oh yeah, it was. And then all the cameos, we got Gavin and Edgeworth. Very cool. We're missing Francesca though. Robin Newman was a lot of fun to do, but also very hard. This was good. This was a good case. And there's that guy in his creepy badge, though. Oh, man. Poor Apollo and his friend. Not gonna lie, I was very briefly worried. Oh, Aura's so cool. She had a crush on the doctor. I was very worried that, I was like, what if Apollo's friend was the spy? And then it's like, no, he was the victim of the spy, so that couldn't be it. But Aura was very cool. Good to go up against Edgeworth again. And we finally got to break some black Cyclops. But now I still wonder, what was Attorney Gavin hiding? What was Kristoff Gavin hiding? That was a cool scene. That was a very cool pose. Nice ending right there. All three of our lawyers. I wonder if we'll go back to that, circle back to Kristoff and figure out, you know, what he was hiding. Apparently also from himself. Oh, ending. Nice. Do we get to see the Hat 3 launch into space? Is it time? We believe in you, Solomon.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
We had to go into space. Shout out to space. Oh, Black was watching. Everyone's watching. Aw. Even she can see it. How are they just letting these people just chill in their regular ass clothes in this prison?
Mr. Starbuck!
You'll be fine. Just believe in yourself.
The moon's closer than you think.
Believe! That's awesome.
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
Nice.
All right.
That is a great ending cutscene. Now what? Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache, honesty as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow. Awesome. And then add, that was great! That was a fantastic game. I really enjoyed that. Alright. Let us... Alright, we're gonna go to the ending screen and we're gonna talk for a little bit, okay? So, thanks y'all for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed the finale for Dual Destinies in the Ace Attorney series. The next game, of course, is Spirit of Justice, and that will complete our second trilogy in the series. We are not going to start that next week. We're actually going to take a 2-week break from Ace Attorney, mostly because on the 24th, I am not going to be here. I'm going to be going to a concert, so I didn't want to, like, start it and then week break and then, you know, pick it up again. Like, it's awkward timing. So we'll do another 2-week break. I think we did that, like, last time, too. So, yeah. We'll take a 2-week break and then we'll go back to... We'll start Spirit of Justice on the 1st of October. That is the plan here. For now, let's go bother Darjeeling Bling. It looks like he's playing more Resident Evil. Darjeeling Bling. Let me make sure I spelled that right. Okay, cool. So yeah. Thanks y'all for watching. I hope you guys enjoy the series as much as I did. This is a great, fantastic game series. It's a lot of fun. I get to, you know, practice doing voice acting work for funsies. Very amateur, of course, but I enjoy it. And I hope you guys do too. Next scheduled stream is Monday. We'll be doing more Final Fantasy, of course. Hopefully, fingers crossed, the internet will be stable and I can do Heaven on High. I was very upsetty spaghetti last time when the run ended just because the internet went out. That being said, I do want to do Markaizo, so maybe tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Alright. Thanks everyone for watching. I really appreciate everyone who stopped by, everyone who said hi, everyone who lurked, everyone who's gonna watch the VoDs later. Appreciate all you guys too. I see you, appreciate you. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. I'll catch you guys next time. Thanks again. Bye!